you doing, everybody? What's going on? Just going to take care of some things here before we get into it. Do some painting. Do some chatting. Let me look at the chat real quick. Got Squirrel in there. Forge and Brush as usual. Lunge Connect Bill. Lunge Connect Bill. I like that. Has a nice ring to it. Iron Man making his appearance once again. Turn off with lurker mode. There's the Iron Man. Brush view. Yeah, I could. I could reposition this. I don't bother though. Myself. I could put it right in front of me. With a couple towel tunnels with an old beach towels, cardboard box, and a cat. Or for the cat, I should say. Sorry about that. She waits and then attacks the dog. Cat is thrilled to death. Dog, not much so. Shut up and paint. Oh, it's you again. What are you doing? Shut up and paint. How you doing, Dread? What's going on, my friend? I almost drank my spackle. Hold on, I gotta switch cups here. Wowzers. Don't want to be bringing that up to my lips. Oh, the coffee's good today. Oh, jeez. Scheisse. Towel tunnels. I bought those from PetSmart. They have those little, they're tunnels that you can buy. They collapse in on themselves. They're like a big spring that opens up, and you can close them down, and they're covered with cloth. Mine looks like a leopard skin. And then I got a couple of them. You could take them apart and attach them like a T or a real long tube. And they bend and fold. The cats love it. There's little holes at the top or wherever. And they could pop their heads out like a little submarine captain. Yeah. They're pretty fun. I don't have enough towels to make one. How you doing, Dread? How is everything, man? Of course, you heard the news about Ian. I won't talk too much about that, but yeah, Big loss there for me and everyone in the community. Kind of a shocker. Yeah. Lost a lot of folks this year, the past year. I've lost 3 people in my life the last year. One of my gaming friends that played in my Pathfinder campaign, she passed away. My sister passed away in November. And then Ian. It's brutal. Now I just got word that another gentleman in the community passed away. Some of you might know him, Bob. Not Bob Smith, but Bob over in the... There's a video I posted on Discord. He's in the RPG community. DM, the Dungeon Minister, posted a video just a few minutes ago on it. So that's another one. Unbelievable, man. It's crazy. We got Squirrel here. How you doing, Squirrel? I'm glad you're here today. Cheers, my friend. Yeah, I think about him every day, Tread. Guy was like a brother. An older brother that was always pushing me. Trying to get me to clean the chimney. Bring the stove in and get warm in the winter. Boy, he was always pushing me. Percy Block, how you doing, Percy? Yeah, did you see that video, Squirrel? Another loss. I didn't know the man personally, but I feel the loss, as you can imagine. So, pretty crazy. Oh, jeez, you gotta be kidding me. So what else is going on with you guys? What's happening? I missed Tuesday's session. Damn it. going to be working Percy on spackling. Yeah. Let me change the music here. Yeah, all the good ones are gone, it seems. That's true. We all reach a time in life that starts taking more than the living. Yeah. We get that stage in life where people start leaving us. I think we all go through that. How you doing, James? Iron Man, I haven't heard from a friend in a week, including Discord, email, and text. Slightly concerned. I hear you, man. Kevin is back from Deutschland. He's back. He's been back a couple weeks, I think, or a week. Health conscious to start with. Weigh-in day for my dad. Good luck with that, Percy. Good luck with that. I'm going to get started in about 20 minutes here. You'll have to bear with me. So, Dredd, I don't think I told you. I told everybody else, though, but I'm going to be using my other channel. I finally got an idea for my other channel. Dash of Elan. You remember Dash of Elan? I'm going to be using that for my kind of a vlog style channel, and I'm dedicating it to Ian. I want to do, because me and him had some plans. We were going to do some live plays and some paint and chats again, and he was a big part of that. We were planning some Flames of War. I was doing the commission for him. So I'm going to continue that plan, and I'm going to do it through my other channel. So what I'm going to do is on my other channel, I'm going to keep it very low key and just like I used to do back in the old days. Just no bells and whistles. It's just going to be my vlog on my hobby. It's a place where I could show you guys what I've completed this month or this week. Stuff I don't normally do on this channel. And I'm going to do paint and chats over there just like we used to do, Dredd. I'll do it on StreamYard and invite you guys in. The old hats of the community. And we'll do some live plays where we host games for people to play with us. So that's what I'm going to do. So that's what I'm going to do with that channel. So the content there will be different from what it is here. So that's my inspiration. So I am going to continue that commission for him and finish it. Again, for Ian. I wanted you to know that, Dredd. You'll be happy to know quite a few people have come out of the woodwork from back in the day that you might remember. Vincent Bryan, remember him? Waterloo Matt, he's been joining the chats recently. Steve Clay, he's doing a dedication piece for his Battle Scale Miniatures company. He's doing a seaside building for Ian. As tribute. Yeah, so. Hold on, I'll look at the chat in a second here. Get notifications. get back over there and see what's going on. As soon as I start the chat, I got to do this. Steak salad and chips. Sounds good. Ian would like that stuff in a good home. Yeah, it turns out I will be keeping him. Not that I'm interested in the North Africa campaign, but he was. Yeah. I got the Tobruk set all done, so I'm going to do the Dax set next. Excellent, Dread. I'll see you over there in the painting chats. When I get back to I'll let everybody know. I'll do them like once a week, once I get back into the flow. Do things old school. How long is your diet, Percy? I had pasta yesterday. Nice change of pace. La 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 la. Swiss Hotel, Chicago. You don't hear the Swiss Hotel in Chicago? Do 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 do. Do 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 boop boop do 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 boop boop. Just like home. Oh, little touches. Give me a second, folks. Gotta get something funny here. Check the chat and see what you guys are talking about me while I'm not looking. See what's going on. You wild and crazy cats. You down with that? You down with that? So I was missing yesterday. I'm not sure what I did. I don't remember what I was busy doing. I don't remember. I think I was going to do a chat later in the evening. Do you guys like later in the evening chats? I did that the day before and it seemed to be a pretty good time. Today we're going to go for the early shot. I think this is a good time if you're over in the UK. It's like just getting home from work or something, right? Going into prime time. Oh, almost done here. Again, I wish I had control over the English language. I don't. Does anyone really have control? Control isn't the word I'm after. See, I don't do English. I don't. What am I trying to say? Dominance? Help me out here. Okay. 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 Do 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 boo 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 do shika shika do do do. All right. Okay. I got a break from this. Bill's painting horses, everybody. Percy's painting yogurt, frozen yogurt. Oh, I love frozen yogurt. Frozen yogurt is amazing. Of course, it's amazing when you sprinkle it with chocolates and gummies and licorice, kisses. Ordered some metallics, speed paints. I'll be curious how they work out for you. Speed paint metallics. Don't they have a special set for that? Track overland travel with maps and Foundry. Strawberry season now. Fresh local strawberries are all around. Curtis, were you near that airplane crash in PA? In Philly? The one down in Philly, right? I mean, how many has there been? There's been like 8 of them across the country. If I remember correctly, that was the one in Philadelphia. Like a medical transport thing, I think it was. Like it crashed in a parking lot or something. I think they found the black box like 8 feet in the ground. Yeah, that's in Philadelphia. That's like 2 hours south of me. Although I've been in Philly many times. I was just watching them pulling out the wreckage from the river there in Washington. Oh, what insanity. So sad. So much freaking loss all of a sudden. Man. Crash near a mall. Is that what it was? Near a mall? Yeah, I think you're right. That was the medical one. That was the medical plane. Or yeah, it was a plane, right? I think it was a plane, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm always looking up. They want you to look up because something is going on below. Keep that in mind. What's under the ground? What's going on? You know, you never know. All this talk of drones and craziness in the sky. Anyway. All right, I got a respite. Now I can get back to what I wanted to do, which is to do some spacklage. Let me look at Discord. Uh-oh. See, Bill is over there. Hanging out in the winter warmer. I gotta update my Discord, by the way. Let me do that. Mole Man Revolution. You never know. So I just found out, we all know Rosemary, Byron's girlfriend, just found out that she's a writer. I didn't know this. She got the poetry going on. She does, I don't know if she does short stories. But yeah, I picked up on that today. How fantastic is that? I didn't know that. I got a chance to read one of her works, and it's really good. Not my style, but yeah, really good. So there's something new I learned today. Anyone else a poet here in the community that I don't know about? Because I love poetry, if you didn't know. How could you not be? Come on. I'm a poet, wouldn't you know it? I'm the singing GM. Ay, ay, ay. All right, let's get the coffee out of here because I'm going to dip my brush in it. Yeah, she's really good. Maybe one of these days she'll share some of her work with us. Some of her pieces. We'll have poetry reading hour. Painting poets. Longfellow, do you? Nice, nice. Do you ever write any poetry, Bill? I really was into writing poetry, and I didn't realize how much I truly enjoyed poetry until I went to school, and I took a couple of literature classes that went into poetry, and I learned a lot of stuff, and that's when I really got interested in poetry. Queen Elizabeth, she was a writer, she was a poet. She's somebody that I learned about. Elizabethan poetry. And that's when I started really getting into it and writing it a lot. Of course, I was writing it before that, but I didn't think much of it. It's just, random free-form writings, which I did, but man, yeah, I grew to really enjoy it. Tale of the Wayside Inn. I have piles of odds and short writing poems. Do you, Squirrel? Do you really? No kidding. I hate my own writing. I never really went out of my way to find a gamer girlfriend, but one who cracked the whip on painting might be helpful. What was I going to say? You ever feel like sharing some of that, Squirrel? Because I know it's not something writers like to do, share their work. A lot of it they keep to themselves. But yeah, if you ever do want to share any, I think I've shared some of mine publicly on here for you guys. I think that I have a left over. Digital stuff. But yeah, I'd love to read some stuff. Oh, jeez, I'm being summoned again. Hold on. Seamus. All right, I gotta do this. I think I should put Jeeves on. Should I put Jeeves in? Because I can't see the chat when I'm doing this. All right, never mind. Let me get out of this. Listen, my children, you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere. Oh, really? What's your Instagram? I don't think you're on my Instagram. Did I just call it Instantgram? Instantgram? Excuse me while I check my Instantgram. What do I look up here? I'm new to... Ooh. Alpha Cat Zingano. If you don't know who that is, look her up. Got a message here on my Instantgram. Alright, we'll look at that later. Let me look at search. I'm trying to get used to using Instantgram. What do I look up here? I want to find squirrel. I don't have many gamers on my Instantgram. I used to gig write. Did you? Did you? Paid by the piece. Really? Yeah, that's a thing you could do. I've considered that a few times because it's my thing, my jam. I learned about how you can make money out of all kinds of writing blogs, writing all kinds of stuff online. Get good pay for it too. There's some good sites where you can do that. Just wasn't my jam though. I'd like, getting published. Everything I read seems written by someone else. Reading someone punchable. It's called Squirrel Hermit. Same picture as the one on here. Squirrel Hermit. YouTube Squirrel Hermit. All right, let me look that up right now. I gotta find my friend, my buddy. Command. That's the word. My command of the English language. That's the word I was after. Command. I wish my command of the English language was much better. There you are. There he is. Let's give you a follow. You got 88 followers. Bet you half of them are really good-looking supermodel chicks from on the other side of the world. Huh? Get a lot of those? I'm sorry. Tabletop games enthusiast. All right, I got you followed. I sent a request. You'll see it. Notifications. Okay, we'll look at that later. I'm a noob. Trying to spread myself around on some of these other social media sites. I got my X account. I got my Instagram account. Not sure what's next. Constant content. Constant content. Start there. Yeah. I was thinking of blue sky. Now you're not going to find me over there. Not that I want to get political or anything. Simply stated, the biggest correlation in education to professional outcomes is vocab. Vocab. Percy, are you a writer? Let me go back in the chat here since I was distracted. You said something about doing some writing gigs? I think that's true, Percy. Did you really? Did you go to school for it or anything? Or are you self-taught or take courses? What is that noise in here? Oh. I didn't know that. Well, I'm learning a lot about you guys. We got writers and poets in here. I will check your Instantgram, Squirrel, for those reels. I'll check you out after the stream. Can't tell you how many engineers I've met that had atrocious writing skills. Yeah, I don't think writing or English is a requirement. It might be. I didn't take any classes of that nature. The arts, humanities. Nick is an engineer. Is he an engineer or an architect? I think he's an engineer. People that grew up playing D&D usually have solid command of communication. Yeah, they do. How you doing, Shadow? I was just thinking about you too. You know that. That's why you're here. And boom, there he is. It's really good to see you, man. Good writing skill and general knowledge in folklore and mythology. Oops. It's a small, small world. Let me double check something. I'm looking at your page now, Squirrel. Actually, it says requested, so you gotta take care of that. What are messages? Is there messaging over here? Squirrel sent an attachment. Oh, okay. Excellent. I'll look at that. Are you kidding me? Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Did you? All right. Excellent. So I got you on YouTube and I got you on Instagram. I'm also on X if you're over there. And what's the other one? Is there another one? What am I thinking of? Facebook. Oh, Facebook, yeah. Sounds like we're all a bunch of writers here. Anyone else do writing gigs on the side? Astonishing Swords and Hyperborea? You mean 3rd edition? Hyperborea it's called? Astonishing Swords and Sorcerers of Hyperborea. That would be the 2nd and 1st editions. What a great title, by the way. And Iron Man, I'm a huge fan. Huge fan. I do want to play that game. It's like tops on my list. I'm hoping to get to it at one point. So yeah, I'm a frickin' huge fan. Pardon the French. Not really French, but close to it. Genitalia. That took me a moment. Wow. Iron Man. Iron Man. Took me a moment there. You got me. Not hard to do. All right, I'm going to bring out Jeeves. Let's bring out Jeeves because I got to do a little bit of spackling. You ready for this? You ready, Jeeves? Let's do some spacklage. Okay. Jeeves will take care of business for us.
Shadow and Sun says, yes, Percy, more like Firefly.
Thank you, Jeeves. Stop it, Chloe. Let's get some spackle on this base.
Shadow and Sun says, ha 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 ha, howdy Gervais.
Here we go. Here we go. Jeeves has a good laugh, you know that?
Percy Block says, okay. Pickup and delivery sort of adventure with intergalactic bounty hunters.
Do you know how close... Let me pause Jeeves here. Do you know how close we are to really high quality AI that can run games or play games with us? Do you know how close we actually are? I've seen some stuff, man. I've seen some stuff. And it's pretty freaking crazy. In just like a year's time, it has improved so much. I'm telling you, we're all going to have these companions in our house that could do all these different things. And who knows what else, but, you know. They could run games for us. Be your opponent in your games. And it's good. It's not wonky. I'm quite impressed, actually. It's starting to make me think, why do I bother being a GM anymore? Seriously, it's getting that good. It's not there yet, but it's getting there. When it gets to a point where you can't even tell it's not a human. The AI I've been looking at is very personified. I said that the other day. It's very personalized. like it's your best friend you're talking to, and it relates to you in that way, so it doesn't seem foreign or. And it's very natural. Yes, it is scary. But it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. The sad part of it is it kind of leads to a society where everybody's closed off from each other. That's the danger zone, I think. Don't need human companionship anymore, or socializing or anything. That's the danger, I think. Perhaps we don't want that happening. There's a base. Should have turned Jeeves on. There you go. It's another base. Engine. Self-aware. I'll bring Jeeves back in a bit. Pickup and delivery sort of adventure with intergalactic bounty hunters. Skynet is going live. We're there technically, just a matter of who will pay the resources for a dedicated second layer AI to specialize the engine. Is it self-aware? No, not yet. Well said, Percy. Well said. Well said. Yeah. It's that imperfection that humanity is attracted to. True. White Wolf. Isn't that the company that makes Vampire? I've used AI more and more for my writing. Not to replace your writing. You don't want to do that. But if anything, it's become my editor, which is a big stress reliever. Because sometimes I could go through and write something with no worries about grammar, which is really hard to do. But as a writer, you have to learn to write without grammar. You're not an editor. And I use it for that. I've used it for some other things, like translating. And I think it actually does a good job, regardless of what ours says. You could literally go to ChatGPT or whatever you're using, Grok on X. That's a pretty useful one. I think Windows has a Copilot, I think it's called, that's all AI. All you do is copy and paste something that's in another language and paste it into the ChatGPT. It's like translate, and it translates it. But it's pretty good. It's pretty tight, I think. I've used it for that. And it's a very good editor. That's a good one, Iron Man. To translate into Orcish or Elvish. Yeah, token, because those are the Elvish anyways, the literal language, right? That's a thing. have to try that. See if it's got it in there somewhere. Because if it's sourced online somewhere, it's got something to draw from. I could try that. Analog rules, Vampire the Masquerade. Yeah, White Wolf. Google Docs for grammar correction, but also have editor. What do I use? And that's getting more and more influenced by AI. What is it called? It's I got it in school. I've used it ever since. It's an extension on Windows. Or not Windows. It's an extension to Microsoft Word. Grammarly. Grammarly is pretty good. Oh, never was a vampire player. Writing is all about voice and style. I think Vampire the Masquerade is an awesome freaking game. Not in the current edition. Sadly, it's very politicized and everything else. It's horrible. I guess the older editions are much better. I forget which editions I had. Back in the 90s. But what a great game. The genre, I mean. I'd be playing that today if I had time, but nah. Vampire the Masquerade. Then the one with the lichens, the wolves. Werewolf or something it's called. Great stuff. I get into that goth stuff. You know it, James. You know it. Byron and Rosemary. Goth is their life. As is everything these days, the agenda seeps. It's all going to turn around. Let's be positive here, right? But that's very true, Percy. It's horrible. Plug this in so you don't hear the beep. Yeah, I saw that. Oh, what is that about? Are you serious? But yeah, it's true. They took orcs out of the freaking monster manual. Because orcs are people, you know. They're no longer monsters. They've evolved. Seriously, I don't even know what the point of 5e really is anymore. I enjoyed 5e back when it first came out. I think I started playing it in 2013, 14. Not for long, but I played it. I enjoyed it. Very free form. Had problems, which I didn't know about, but we had a good time with it. But now it's all different. It's so... We'll use the term politicized. Let's leave it at that. It's just not even remotely related to Dungeons and Dragons. Dealt with. Plink, plink. Wives? Elves. Wait a minute. Frickin' gnomes are in the monster manual as were wives? What? The problem with friendly orcs in a combat game is now someone new becomes the orcs. I don't know if they have... No, I think they're trying to make everybody goody two-shoes. They're kind of turning away from a combat game. It's all about relationships and relationship problems and that kind of thing. Seriously. Elves were in the original monster manual. Yeah. I've always said that, Iron Man. That's one of the reasons right there. Once people start, well, exactly what you said. They're supposed to be monsters. I mean, don't take the orcs out. I mean, come on. They're such a staple of fantasy literature. Specifically Tolkien, really, but yeah. It's a shame. Alright, here comes Jeeves. I'm going to author contemporary D&D campaign. The adventure will be running a successful tavern with thriving cook-to-order grill. That's what it's becoming. Who wants to do that? The tide is shifting. So I'm not worried. Good times. How is everything, James? How's Ree doing? The backyard mannequin. I just put Jeeves on and you guys went quiet. Oh. Nobody wants to hear you, Jeeves. I think I hit the wrong button. Hold on. Yeah, I did. Is that the button I want? Yeah. John's games coming to cooking. Can you make a killer Cuban coffee? I had him off. As a beholder barista, I insist you wear sunglasses while you work. Safety on the customers is paramount. Well said, Percy. She has a bit of time off, so hopefully things improve for her. Is Jeeves working? I just refreshed the chat. Why is Jeeves not working? Where? Let me try it again. Why is it shutting off? Hold on here. What did I do? Huh. Well, it'd probably help if I unplugged it.
Percy Block says, technical difficulties.
Yeah, I had the earphones plugged in and I wasn't listening to it. Sorry, Jeeves. So Ree's taking a break. That's good.
Arnman says, old people and Link feel your pain.
Yeah.
James L. says, she has been quite sick for a few months.
Is it serious?
James L. says, not life-threatening but not ideal.
Right. Wow. I didn't know that.
James L. says, I'm very busy keeping the show running.
That's too bad. She's struggling there. I'll let her know we send her best wishes. We're thinking about her. Sure, she knows that. She does now.
Zatai Rock says, good afternoon everyone.
Hi, Zaddy.
Percy Block says, hello.
How you been, Zaddy? Everything okay?
Zatai Rock says, all done with my errands.
That's good.
James L. says, as well LOL.
Time to chillax. That's what I did yesterday. I slept in. I think.
Arnman says, hey Zatai Rock, my old dog is liking the coconut oil on her tummy. Good advice.
Alright. Huh.
Zatai Rock says, I am now following you on Instagram.
Oh, me. Let me go look. Can't forget Zadarok.
Percy Block says, nut oil on the tummy is always a winner. Zatyrock says, that's great Arnman, glad it worked. Zatyrock says, yes.
What's your hand?
Arnman says, careful Fritz, you are being followed.
Yeah. Gotta watch my step. I'm gonna legally change my name to Godzilla. He-Man. There you go. Go, go, Godzilla.
Percy Block says, I need to watch the latest Godzilla -1. Heard it was good.
I saw somebody on my Facebook or something that was actually going to change their name to Godzilla. That's where I got it from. I thought it was kind of funny. Yeah, there you go. There's a name change. Let's get crazy. I guess you could.
Arnman says, why isn't a shirt and pants called a toozy?
Did your joke book come in? Authored by Bill Bashong. Kazing.
Percy Block says, I would change mine to Jack Meekoke.
What did you say? go. That's creative. Well, that one I picked up on pretty quick. My brain's working today. What did he say? Jack me cook? Is that what Jeeves said? Yeah, he did. Jeeves. Keeping things PG.
Percy Block says. French-Canadian lumberjack.
There you go. Old Jack.
Squirrel Hermit says. Percy Block. Yes, Godzilla 1 is linked Godzilla movie to date.imo. Doug Noble says. They're coming to take me away, haha, they're coming to take me away, haha, to the funny farm.
How you doing, Doug? Getting a little wild there, I see, down in Maryland.
Arnman says. It wouldn't take much to make the best Godzilla movie.
There you go.
Squirrel Hermit says. Pants are just long-sleeved shorts. Percy Block says. Godzilla -1 is still on Netflix. Gotta catch it before it leaves.
Gotta get them all. Go, go, Godzilla. Oh no. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Arnman says. Pants should be called longs.
Pants should be called longs. Jenny Longs. Got your Johnny Longs on today? Iron Man. Iron Man just got a kick-ass sweater there. What was it made of?
Percy Block says. Breeches.
Alpaca.
Doug Noble says. I'm making progress on the church painting.
Oh yeah? You started the brushwork?
Arnman says. Once more into the bridges. Squirrel Hermit says. Bridges.
That's a term we use.
Arnman says. Llama wool poncho for the win.
Llama. Hold on, Jeeves. That's a lot of information to take in. Slow down. Grapes.
Squirrel Hermit says. Llama wool is great stuff.
Is it? He paid good money for that. Import, right? Yeah. I bet it is.
Percy Block says. Alpaca fleece is awesome, never felt llama wool.
Huh. Come in handy. Living up north here.
Arnman says. I ordered a Brazilian wool sweater. They sent an empty box. Squirrel Hermit says. There's a few small llama farms around here.
Really? Huh. Are you raising for the fur? Huh. That's pretty cool. Oh. Next project is 10 mil Napoleonic French. Magister Militum metals. So it's going to be a biatch. I'm getting spoiled by these little cast resin things. Got my candle here. I use the best blue I have ever found for Napoleonics. And it's a struggle finding proper blues. From Andrea Paints. And this was recommended to me by Paul Alba. And go to Andrea Paints and get their paint set. It's like 6 paints. And these sets are focused on a particular color. You get everything, all the shades and the highlights all in one box. And I think there's like 6 paints. And they're numbered so you know what they are. This is a base blue right here. And I'm telling you, you can't go wrong. American Civil War Union coats. You could do just about every shade with it. Yeah, so somebody sent this along to me. John Longshore. He was kind enough to send this along. That box set, because he had them. And actually, I think he went out of his way to buy it. And yeah, I'm grateful for it. They're really high quality paints too. So you get all the blues you'll ever need. And I use these for my French. Andrea Paints. Highly recommended. I always struggled with blues. Especially for Union jackets and coats. American Civil War. I could never find a blue that would match what I was looking for. Because you'd find all kinds of shades of blue in the Union Army. But I could never get the one I wanted. So this solved that problem. And of course the French, the Prussians.
Doug Noble says, "Thanks for that tip. We'll no doubt be painting more of them in the future."
The blue paint? Yeah. More Frenchies.
Percy Block says, $35 at Noble Night for the set Dojnaki.
They're not cheap, but they're so worth it. You'll have all the blues you'll need. I got the brown set, the blue set, and one other set. I do a lot with brown colors. Really useful. If you're painting horses and stuff. There. 3 more. Clink. Did Dredd leave the chat? That rascal. Or he could be there painting. Some of you guys like the turn on lurker mode. I know you do.
Doug Noble says, "Lord, I was born a traveling man, trying to make a living and doing the best I can."
Yeah, what was... trying to think the name of the band. Oh, the Allman Brothers. Yeah, the Allman Brothers. They need to be played often. Whipping pole, brother. Some good stuff. They're high up on my list, I'm telling you. Right up there with ABBA, Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Allman Brothers, come on.
Noble says. So it's time to flock the bases looks like.
Once I get them all spackled, yeah. I'm getting close to halfway through the bases. I'm gonna work on some flags today too, I think. Gotta break out the permanent markers and do a little more work on those. This is just tedious stuff. Getting sloppy here. There's another cannon. That's not white, by the way. They kind of dry white. I need to put some more paint in there. I give that a wash, and it just darkens it right up. Chestnut or something. Watered down a little bit, and it just darkens it right up. Then you can highlight it or whatever you want, and it looks perfect. So after putting that church together, Doug, what do you think? Is that the way to go with your terrain, or would you prefer to actually make these things? I'm not sure you've actually made any terrain, did you? I actually like making stuff. I know you could print stuff and buy it already made, and you can buy MDF and put it together in plastic kits, but nothing beats making your own terrain. Crafty side of the hobby. It's something we don't want to lose, actually. It's part of the hobby. It's what makes it so special. Making stuff out of nothing. I had one friend here in the chats used to come in, and he very much belittled making your own stuff. He called it making things with garbage. He emphasized the word garbage anytime he mentioned it, which I thought was a bit harsh. It's just garbage. Yeah. I think people miss the point. Whatever. Dun, 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 dun. That's why I asked Doug, because Doug is very old school, like me. Though he's doing an MDF building. He's very old school. Everything else is all handcrafted and in an old school
Garmin
style.
says, my mom would talk about cooking from scratch. I always thought she made her cakes from scraps. Doug Noble says, I have made a few buildings on my own, but this is much more attractive. I think you'll have a go at making a windmill though.
There you go. Scraps. My mom would talk about cooking from scratch. I always thought she made her cakes from scraps. Cake from scrap. You could make a whole village, Doug. Well, as an example, I made a whole village in a weekend, and all I used was cardboard. And all those buildings were featured in my bat reps many, 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 many times. You've seen them. I sent them all to Ian. But I spent a whole weekend making a village of like 8 buildings, and it was all corrugated card for the base, the walls. All I had to do was make some templates. I did a little research on buildings in Normandy, French buildings, what they look like, what the scale was, and heights and everything else, where the windows were. And I made these little templates out of vanilla cardboard. I still have those templates too. And once I had all the templates made for all the separate buildings, you know, the front, the back, the sides, the roof. Actually, I don't know what I did with the roof. That's not a template. I think I just measured and cut those. And I just spent the whole weekend putting them all together on corrugated card bases. I used tape to hold them on while I glued them from the inside. And once they were all put together with glue, I just spackled the hell out of them. For the tiles on the roof, I just used a little X-Acto knife and put little lines to make the roof tiles. Boom. Walls, same thing. Then I just painted them. Flocked them. Done. Whole weekend. You could do something like that. Without spending a penny. And they're handmade. They're your buildings. Squirrel does it all the time. He handcrafts stuff. Ouch. Oh. A squirrel makes all kinds of crazy stuff. The big leaning tower of pizza. Inhabited by a dragon. I remember that one. Made out of cardboard. Yeah, I know. Somebody was saying that. I got bit by a husky today, did you? Oh, man. You got a lot of dogs in there? It's just a hospital, right? It's not a SPCA or anything. You work at a hospital. Veterinary hospital. Those husky humans. Husqvarna. One more base to do, and I'll do flags. What time is it? Almost 2 hours. Not bad. We'll hit the flags. Part 2 to the flags. You painting, squirrel? I ran over a dog on my bike once. I flipped head over heels on the pavement. Got blood poisoning from it. Ran over my neighbor's dog. Whipping down the road. Did too. I went right over the bike. I got my palm skidded across the pavement, gravel and dirt and stuff, and I literally got blood poisoning from it. Had to go to the hospital and get a shot. Bumming around the house, that's the way to do it. I don't blame you. Don't get a lot of free time to bum around. That's nice. There's Jeff coming in. Agreeing with the Andrea. There, I got the cannons done. Can't beat it. I'm telling you. That box set is the way to go. All your blues right there. Slash damage. I think the worst is bludgeoning. Armadillo blunge. What? Where did that come from? Painting diapers. Ugh. Cat bites are the worst. Can you hear me now? I was just showing off the tripod cam that I put in front of me. It's easy enough to do, but I usually don't do tutorials and stuff, so I don't do it very often. But yeah, very doable. Thanks for that, Zadarak. Do you have a separate account from Squirrel, Zadarak? Or are you on Zadarak's? Because I don't see you where you followed me, so I'm assuming you're on Squirrel's thing. Just so I know. Oh no, never mind, I see you. Zadarak has her own account. Let me follow back. Because that's what you do. This is requested. You got a request. Got Nick on there too. Gotta keep up on these things. Oh, I gotta change that. Thumbnail's wrong here. Let me fix that. Where is it? Winter warmer. Let's put it on 20. KCD2? What's KCD2? KCD2. KCD. I can't think what that is. What is that, Squirrel? What do you think? We're a bunch of video gamers here? What's going on? Kingdom Come. Kingdom Come Deliverance. Kingdom Come. I'll be right back. screws. I'm going to do this by hand. Jeez. Yeah, I see that too. People are doing some great looking models, conversions and stuff. Pretty amazing stuff, actually. Not my cup of tea, but the modeling is grand, I must say. El grande. Where's my other pens? Oops. Yeah. The game doesn't do it for me. Magic markers. This is a Sharpie. Na, 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 na. Nice one. Grime dark. That's neat. Is that what people are calling it? Grime dark? I never heard that before. But it's quite appropriate. I get it. Huh. Such a creative lot. $40K is a cartoon. GW is making it into a frickin' cartoon. It's not grimdark like it used to be. You could. I just got to figure out how to do that. I know Microsoft Word has a playback feature that reads your text. And there's different voices for that. Morgiana. Oops. There you go. Ooh, yeah. Ugh! Yikes. The cat in the hat. Mm-hmm. Remember Bobcat? That would be brutal. All right, there's the flags. There's the flags. It's a pretty nice design. That's it. Let that dry. Now they're ready to paint. Well, no, they're not ready. Well, I don't know. I got to draw little eagles. But that'll be the next stage. So there's step 2. So there you go, Nordic. When you watch this later, because I'll send you here, there it is. There it is. That's stage 2. Stage 3 will be... I don't know if I'm going to put the eagles on and the little black things. I got to think about that. Either before I paint them or after. Musketon Pike. Let's take a look at Jeff's painted minis here. Let's see. Some nappies. Looks like little Litco bases. Like the yellow dice in the background. That's a nice color. Very good, very good. Looks good. That backpack there. Got the overcoat. Straps are worn. Nice dirty look to the Shako cover. I like that. Patches on the breeches. The pom-pom for the company color. What is that? The second company? What is that? That orange. Can't remember what company that is. So I'm going to say third company. Okay, there they are. Anything else we missed here? I think these I didn't show. These are Clyde's. Argonauts. I get the impression these are bigger figures. They're not 28s. They just feel like they're 32s. It's in World War II, 101st Screaming Eagles. Very nice. Got their greens on. Brown leather boots, reddish brown. Is unique to the pairs. Mini Warmut. There's progress so far. Let's check these out. He paints it pretty fast. He gets a lot done. That's nice. He does a good job. Got some Romans. Man, he even slips in some Romans. Those are really nice. Decals for the shields. Zombicide minis, I guess. Oh, look at this guy. Wow. Did he just do that too? He must be using speed paint. It kind of looks like it. Looks like the slap chop. That's what it looks like. Apple cinnamon banana bread. That sounds good. Never been a big fan for banana bread. But apple cinnamon in the mix? Yep. That sounds delish. Oh, what's that there? What's that, a rock? Little hints and clues. Look at that. What is that? I know what this is on the bottom. What is that pixelated shape there at the top? What could that possibly be? Stephen Smith's work he's been working on. These are 10 mil. 10 mil. Are they 10 mil? He said he was working on 10 mil. Yeah, 10 mil Welsh Kingdom Horse and Saxons. Look at this. And he's using speed paint, by the way. Yeah, take little apple slices and put them in your cookie jar with the cookies, and it'll make all the cookies soft. Gives me a little soft tenderness. Put a little apple slice in there with the cookies. So this I'll pick up tomorrow. So that's so easy to do, and it's not perfect. I didn't even use a ruler for this, except I drew the perimeter and the size of the flag. That's it. So you could freehand it just like I did there, and look at that. That's pretty good. The lines are a bit fat, but that's okay because we're going to paint over that. The paint will go over the black, and it won't bleed. So, yeah. All right, let's set that to the side. So these flags are going to look way better than these little El Precisos. Yeah, it is. That's true. Tomorrow... Oh, there was something else I had to do. I won't do that today, though. I was supposed to wash these bases that I did the day before. That's okay. We'll do that tomorrow. We'll wash the bases that we did previously. Well, actually, all of these bases. They'll be thoroughly dry by tomorrow. Looks like they're chopping through the snow. Ay, ay, ay. Damn it. Smashed. Who's getting smashed? Aw. With those goggles. Let me turn this off. Gotta turn Jeeves off. He's in my ear constantly. You guys are just chatting away. It's rum-da-dum-da-dum-da-dum. But, yeah, Squirrel, you look like a gnome. With those goggles on. Look like one of those, gnomes working on his latest invention. Okay. Guess I gotta put Instagram on my phone now. So that's not bad. We got a lot done today. Did you hear that? We got a lot done today, Jeff. James, did you hear that? A lot done. I hope you guys did too. At least some of you. Not to lose our little flags, let's put them over there. Clean up the workspace a little bit. Yeah. Because that's how we do it around here. Keep things clean. Try to. Not easy. How you doing, Byron? Byron. Did I just say? No, I didn't know. Rosemary had the poetic touch. I was quite surprised. I didn't know that. She did a little writing there. Very good. Turns out we've got a number of poets in the chat. Some aspiring writers, including the Squirrel Hermitage. Percy doing a little writing gigs on the side. Yeah. Pretty impressive. I grabbed a new different pair of optivisors, says Squirrel. Same maker as the ones you have. They're the one. They are more like glasses. Got the trench dug. Ready to lay some pipe now. What are you outside working, Percy? Or did I miss something? Or are you making a diorama? What's going on there? Digging trenches? She's a good writer. Yeah, I saw that. A couple of her posts. Quite impressive. I suppose Byron's at work right now. It's only 2:30 over where he is. 2:30 in the afternoons. I just got my painting done for the day. For now. Not much today. I'm coming off a lull from yesterday. Little lull, little break. Dug a trench for electrical service, 50 amp power. Oh, you've been working then. Wow. 50 amp power outlet. Byron's still at work. James is watering fruity trees. And the Squirrel Hermit talking about a different pair of... Yeah, I saw those other optivisors you got. The ones you got sitting here for me. They're awesome pants. They are so good. You know it because you have them, and you hear me rant and rave about them all the time. So much better than what I had before. I thought the light was just a little gimmick thing. It's not going to be a big deal. I didn't really think too much about it, but that light makes a world of difference too. It's not just the lens, but having that light right off your forehead. So freaking useful. I'm working on 1/50th scale locomotive and character solos from War Machine. How did Rosemary, how did her figures turn out that she was working on the other night? I think she wasn't painting, was she? She was putting them together. Yeah, that's what it was. Never mind. I know. I remember what was going on. Those sacrosancts. We got a bunch of them to put together too. Percy's doing his painting later today, because I started early today. I started early. I said, screw it. We're going to start early. I don't care. Slept all day yesterday. I was exhausted. Oof. Drained. I'm still freaking exhausted. But we got things done. Cossacks. Oh, guy's backwards. Just turn him around. Oh, I got a summons. Let's see what that's about. Let's see what that's about. You bugger, you. Okay. Cat's snoring again. Okay. Okay. So yeah, that's what's going on here. It's looking good. Yeah, she's building them right now. That's good. In between writing poetry, I imagine, and creating characters for her RPG madness. Why? She's got an edge on you, Byron. She's totally into this, you know? Totally. Complete hobby nerd. and a poet. What's going on here, Byron? Beat the drums and send up the smoke signals. Byron has reached the pinnacle of the mountain. I'll be leaving soon and heading home to work on more stuff. Yes, you will. That reminds me. Not bad today, not bad. Pretty solid and consistent chatteroni. I'm impressed. What is today? It's Wednesday, right? Wednesday, garbage day. Yeah, it's garbage day. 7 likes already. Not bad. Yeah, pretty solid. Chat rate. Lots of little spikeronies. Views are interesting. They consistently get more and more and more and more. Looking at little analytics for the screen, the stream. It's interesting. What the heck is going on here? Oh, don't worry, Coop. I'll get you all sorted in a bit here. Squirrel Hermitage, same trash day here. Yeah, must be the same company. Boy, they got a long trip to make it over there and back here. Must be using drones. That's what it is, drones. A little drone technology there to haul some garbage from the Hermitage. Friday is trash day. There you go. Every day is a trash day somewhere. Thursday night tonight classic. The Partridge Family. Hey, hey, with the monkeys. The main office here, town, great service, good price, nice people. The monkeys were good lads. Dun, 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 dun. And linger in just a little bit as I flip through some books. Here's a nice little... I guess it's a good time to put the damn thing in front of me. Boy, is my cat snoring. Wow. He's got the snorage going. If a stand that is eligible to shoot at the beginning of the ranged combat phase begins unable to shoot as a result of resolving another combat before it shoots, then that stand does not shoot that turn. Pretty smart. Pretty smart. You know what the maximum range is in shooting? Archers, war wagons, pavis have a maximum range of 3 MU. MU? What the hell is MU? MU stands for movement units. A movement unit is 1/2 the frontage of a base. All bases have the same frontage. Mine are 40 millimeters, for example, and that's typical and what's recommended with 15 millimeter scale miniatures. So when it says 3 MU, that would be 60 millimeters in my case, or in the case of 15 millimeter scale miniatures. 1 MU is 20 millimeters. All right, so there it is. 3 MU on the tabletops. Artillery have maximum range of 8 MU, so they can really lob some rocks, lob some cannonballage across the battlefield. The target edge is the range of the shooting stand if a line can be drawn from the target edge to the shooting edge. And the line is both A, entirely within clear path, and B, equal to or less than the maximum range of the shooting stand. The ranges I just listed. There's only 2, 8 and 3. And there, of course, is a little examplage of measuring range. That's it. Nice and simple. Stand A is shooting at stand X. The shooting distance is measured along a line between the shooting edge and the target's edge. The line is entirely within a clear path. There's nothing intervening. So that's demonstrating what I just read to you. That's a little example. Arc of fire. It's basically a giant rectangle you put in front of the base. That's the arc of fire. Simple as that. Nice and simple. I like it. Very DBX. It basically looks like this. There's what I use. If I could get it in frame, that's what I use. That's made specifically for DBA. Yeah, you put that right in front of the unit that's shooting in the center. That's a base width right there. So any enemy units within this area are in arc. They could be targeted. They could be seen and shot at. If they're outside of it, they can't be. Simple as that. Simple as that. Nice. All right, I'm going to close the rulebook. I know it intrigues everyone, but I'm going to have to close it. Harnmaster basic rules. Yeah, I looked at them the one time when we were playing. I forgot I had them. I forgot. Let's grab them. That was the full rule book, wasn't it? I got the full freaking rule book. But I wasn't going to look at the full rule book because it's a little too much to digest. Because I have that starter one. So I was going to look at that. Forgot I had those. That was a while ago. Dash of Elan. That's not where I want to be. I want to be in my desktop. Where's my desktop? Desktop. Role-playing games. Harnmaster. HHHHEFGH. Hackmaster, Harnmaster. Holmes, D&D, Hyperborea. Got a few H's in there. Harnmeister. Oh, I'm exhausted. My eyes are fogging up. Harn map. Harnmaster quick start. Retham Kingdom. I think that was a free thing. Harnmaster 3rd edition. Is that the edition that's current? 3rd edition? I guess it is. Helrond Abard. Word. I solved my color palette problem for my Saxons by buying paints. Your stuff is looking good, man. I just showed off your tank. I think that was a while ago. It was an old pic. The monkeys are stuck in my head. Do 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 do. Take the last train now. Yeah, let's knock that off. Where's that? Here we are. Combat profile. Body parts. Communication skills, physical skills, craft skills, spells and rituals. Shekvar. Language, scripts, and combat skills. So you got to organize all your skills. I'm going to read this. I'm going to read this right now. I don't want to read everything here, but let me do some things. Let me see. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. All right, that's enough. That is enough. Sorry, you guys. Welcome to the Harnmaster 3rd Edition Quick Start Rules. We hope you enjoy our game. The goal of this Quick Start is to provide an idea of what makes Harnmaster unique. while providing at the same time a realistic system that allows a GM to run an adventure. How about that? How about that? Basic principles. This is what I wanted to read. It's got these sidebars going on here too. Basic principles. The Hardmaster rules system, Squirrel, has several premises different from most other role-playing games. I'm curious. How about you? Number 1, no freaking hit points. Imagine it, no hit points. What kind of RPG is that with no hit points? Are you kidding me? Hardmaster does not use freaking hit points. The game effect of injuries is expressed as injury levels, all right? Which are used to penalize all physical activity and control recovery from wounds, diseases, etc. Even veteran warriors can die from one blow. So be careful. No hit points. This ain't going to be easy. It's risky business combat. Okay, so no hit points. It's got levels of injury. That's interesting. Number 2, guess what? No freaking levels. Okay, no level 3, no level 4. Oh, I got level 5. Woohoo! No levels. No class levels. We'll get to classes in a second. There are no character levels in Hardmaster. Did you get that, James? Based on training and experience, Ironman, characters gain new skills or become better at existing skills. They do not automatically become too powerful for the whole game world because there's no levels. It's one of the problems with levels. You know, you get level 20, you might as well be a god. It's terrible. A freaking computer game. Come on. So yeah, number 2, no freaking levels. You ready for this? Number 3, get ready. Knock your socks off. It's right there on the screen. No freaking classes. No classes. It's like what? It's got archetypes. It's got to have something. You got to give me some recommendations. I don't know how to do this. Come on, you got to give me something. What do you mean there's no classes? Theoretically, any character can use any weapon or learn any skill. For example, nothing prevents mages or clerics from using swords. Some weapons, such as chivalric arms, like the broadsword, may be prohibited to commoners in civilized regions. But these are social customs, not hard rules that impact your game. So everybody could use whatever they want, you know, no restrictions by freaking classes. Get that out of here. That's not Hardmaster. No way. Do what you want. It's skill-based. You want to be a peasant who picks up a sword? You can do it. Might not be good at it. We'll find out. You're going to find out. To be fair, okay? To be fair to the class-based games, they don't restrict you from using weapons either, mostly. It's the old school games might, but normally they don't. You just get penalized for using things that don't fit your class. So that's a little bit unfair to say that Hardmaster is unique with no classes. That's nothing unusual in this day and age. But still, that's a highlight of this game. No freaking classes. Did you get that? Number 4. Skills in combat. Come on, this has got to be a selling point for this game. Let's see. Skills in combat. The combat system, Iron Man, is skill-driven. We know this. The most important factor in combat, however, is the skill with which characters use their weapons. Right? Almost any character may become reasonably proficient with a few weapons, but not with all of them. We're calling you out, AD&D fighter. We're calling you out. Just doesn't happen. I mean, come on. Again, we don't have classes. Don't have to worry about it. Get good at whatever the heck you want to get good at, but there's a limit. You're not a god. So skills and combat are related. They're connected. They're important, just like reality. All right, which is what? Reality means believability. We can connect with it. Right? Believability is important in RPGs. Finally, number 5, Amor. Armor. Armor. Freaking armor. Armor protects its wearer once a strike has been landed, okay? None of these armor class value BS. Got to roll that or higher, or that or lower, whatever your target number is, however it works for your game. Nothing like that. Armor does what it's supposed to do. It protects the area that was struck. All right? It protects you. How does that work? Let's see. However, it reduces mobility wearing this armor, thus making the heavily armored character easier to strike. An armor piece protects only the body parts it covers. All right? Again, this isn't really unique today with a lot of skill-based systems that don't use levels and classes. You know, not unique anymore this day and age, but still, Hardmaster has this. So once again, no hit points, no levels, no classes, it has skills tied to combat, and armor is also realistic in how it works. All right, none of this armor class silliness. So yeah, those are basic principles of Hardmaster, which kind of make the game stand out a bit, right? A little bit, especially when compared to class-based games. So yeah, this is my preferred way of playing an RPG. To me, this system here, not specifically Hardmaster, but skill-based games with no classes and no levels. This is a modern RPG. Classes to me, levels to me, are very old and outdated. This is a modern take on RPGs, even though it's just as old as class and levels are. But yeah. Modern in the sense that us today, looking at this is more appealing. This is more modern compared to classes and levels, which is very, very much immature, if you ask me. But anyway, so there you go. Hardmaster Quick Start 2 goes to attributes and all this other stuff, which I covered before. But yeah, I'm not going to go into it again. Got a fairly bit of crunch. It's not soggy, okay? Nobody wants soggy rules, okay? Give me some crunch. Something with some substance to it. Lasts a while. Keeps you playing, keeps you going, keeps you chewing. I like that. I like a little crunch. I like to keep that going on. Right? That's what this game has. A little bit of crunch. Alright, so there we go. Let's look at Hardmaster Quick Start. Any questions? 39 years. That's right. AD&D ride or die. Everybody look out. Percy's in town. Noodle Wars. Did you like that, Iron Man? I knew you would. Well, Venture Conqueror King. Second imprint. Is that what it's called? Second imprint? Imprint edition? I don't remember. Imperial Imprint. That's what it is. Brilliant. Brilliant title. Do they use dice? Yeah, use dice. Clerics, no blades. I need my levels and hit points, says Percy. All you hippies with your contemporary RPG madness. I hear you, Percy. I hear you. I love old school, traditional levels and classes. That's why I'm playing Castles and Crusades. It scratches the nostalgia itch for me. But there's no way that I find class level based systems superior. So I play it mostly for nostalgia. It's got its own, I have my own fondness to it. I think Squirrel's the same, He likes the skill-based games as well, but he still plays that D&D basic OSE stuff. There's a reason he does. There's a reason for that. So I hear you on that one. Play them both. My favorite is Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, 4th edition. I absolutely adore this game. I love it. No levels, no skills. It's got old school feel to it and grit. And yes, grim dark. It's Warhammer. I mean, come on. But that's like one of my favorites for a modern type fantasy game. I mean, mechanic wise. But I still have that need for the old AD&D stuff. And that's what Castles and Crusades does for me currently. So it's nothing wrong with doing them both. Not necessarily at the same time. You just need to play. Just need to play. You can't just collect these things. You gotta play. It's so easy to get together with at least a couple of folks and play. I do it all the time. Every freaking Sunday we're playing. After a nice hiatus. Give me a breathing space. But we're having a good time. That's the only real way that you figure out if you like something or not. We got a bunch of games of Castles and Crusades in now. We're right at the start of a... what are we doing? Going into a wizard's tower, trying to find... He's gone missing. We're about to go into his tower. Rumor has it that his wife is a witch and has done something vile to her said-to-be husband. A lot of folks don't think that she's really his wife. She's the witch. So that's a mystery to unfold in our coming episodes. And I'm having a good time with Castles and Crusades. I've debated whether I liked it or not, and about 3 times now. But this 3rd time, I'm actually sitting down and playing it. I'm enjoying it. I'm really enjoying it. We're making some memories. And but whether I keep going with it, we'll see. We'll see. Next up is going to be Pathfinder First Edition. We're going to put that on the table. That's coming up. I don't mind jumping around like this. I mean, you're trying to experience these games that you spent so much money on. You know, it's good to try them out because you really don't know. Of course, I've played First Edition before, but I actually prefer it over Second Edition. And I got some others lined up for the coming year as well that I'm going to dive into. All these games that I just want to try out. Because you don't want to just have them sitting on the shelf. Got to play them. Yeah. I don't know how anyone could just sit and play just one freaking game. And that's it. I mean, you got to break it up now and then anyway. Instead of taking a break and not playing anything, just swap up the game. Let's play some Alien by Free League. Or some Walking Dead. That's different. That's a nice change of pace. That's what we're planning on doing. And then you get back into the real stuff, you know. So yeah, I think having a nice little variety of games, a little collection, is a good thing. I think it's the same with miniatures gaming too, wargaming. In fact, I know it is. You know, you got the ones you focus on and you play a lot, and then you break it up with all these other games because you have miniatures for them and you've been painting them. Change it up a little bit. How you doing, Nordic? So what do you say you're playing now, Squirrel Regular? What is your lineup? I'm going to guess you play OSE, and then you've got this Harn Master. And those are your, like, two mainstays. You probably got Hackmaster at the ready. Yep, Nordic's not feeling good today. Did cleaning yesterday. Dust has screwed me up big time. Stupid allergies are kicking in. Yeah, I get that a lot. Kind of feel like I'm getting it right now. Traveler's another game I want to try because I've never done sci-fi really. It's top on my priority list for this year, Nordic. Little Travelerness. And that's about it. Yeah, I hear you, Nordic. If you don't do it, I will. I'll probably beat you to it anyway. Da, 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 da. Acts 2 was good. Acts 2 was good. I actually got a chance to play that 3 weeks ago with my friend. The first edition, not the second edition. I haven't played the second edition. Clyde dashing. Hope everyone has a great day. Get better, Nordic. Thanks for that, Clyde. There he is, making his grand entrance, tipping his fedora. Got a fedora today? How you been, Clyde? Actually, I played Acts 1 when I was doing my solo gaming. It was pretty good. I enjoyed it. I like its unique take on the skills. I thought that was pretty ingenious, actually. Without using skills per se, they have these things that are like feats. They're like special abilities. It's not like a skill system. I like that. That was different. It feels a lot like basic D&D, but it's got more guts to it. Very enjoyable. It's in the closet. Wasn't raised in a barn, you know. Yes, yes. Pendraken. I'll be running BX AD&D or Harnmaster. That's it. We'll definitely play in other games. Just don't have the inspiration to run anything else. Subtle hints of oak and cherries. I was raised in the woods. See, I've gotten to the stage, and I was talking to folks about this. I think someone else that we all know and love was mentioning this. But as you get older, you start to realize something. It becomes much more apparent in this hobby as you get older. You just can't play everything. And how many times have I said that? And you start to become more focused and you start to prioritize things. Oh, let's play this. No, let's play this. Oh, I want to play this. You got to shut it all off and say to yourself, you know what? I don't have time to do all that stuff. I really don't. So I've kind of prioritized my games ever since. Before I can't play anymore. It's going to get to a stage where I'm not going to be able to play nothing anymore. So I'm very focused on what I choose to play these days. More and more. It just keeps getting narrower and narrower and narrower. And you young guys, man, you don't get it. You just don't get it. That's why my nostalgia trip games that I'm playing for my Mythgard setting is so important to me. That's like the most important thing to me than anything else in role-playing games. And it's old school games and stuff, and it's just not everybody's cup of tea, but it's what I like, and I'm very focused on it. To hell with everything else. I don't care. I want to spend a lot of time on this. My setting. Thanks, Clyde. From what I understand, Acts 2 will have an expansive domain play system, even geared towards mass battle, wargaming. Yeah, well, it's nothing new, though. I mean, Beckme has that. So does Oathmark, a new game that's going on Kickstarter. That has domain play and stuff in it like that. Heck, even Hyperborea has rules for domains and fighting wars. So it's nothing really new, but I think Axe is good because it's so concise and well written and organized so well. That's its strong point. So you got to kind of sit back and you got to say, wow, well, what the hell do I want to play here? Because there's a bunch of games doing this. We're tortured by all these freaking games that come at us. That's the problem. I don't think it's the gamers that are the problem that can't find things to play. I think it's the result of over-commercialization of our hobby. There's just games everywhere. Too many. Nordic's got the right idea. He's prioritized them. You figure this out. You eventually figure it out as you get older. You start prioritizing more and more and more and more. Until you got just a handful of games that you play and that's it. Or just one or two games and that's it. I said, what happened? Well, I got old. H&C, Hex Encounter Hobby. That's what I was just saying. It's over-commercialization. My games, I just stated my games. I've got them written down. I think there's many more people buying into these systems and games than actually playing them. See it all the time in board gaming. That's true. My games of choice, James, again, is Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th Edition. How many times have I said that game is like the best modern fantasy game for me? I love this. I've always wanted to play Warhammer, and we've played it a few times now. I love it, and I am going to run this game. It's my number one choice of a modern fantasy game, if you want to call it that. That's the one I've settled on to prioritize. Like, I am going to play that thing. If anyone plays with me, I don't care. Castles and Crusades is what I'm exploring, we'll say, right now for my nostalgia trip. That's basically my second campaign that I'm running. I've got a whole bunch of that game under my belt. I'm liking it more and more. So when I look at games like Beckme and OSE Advanced and Beckme itself, or Osric, or for Golden Glory, and these are all great games that I love and enjoy. And Axe is in there too. Right now it's Castles and Crusades. That's the one I'm exploring the most, and I'm enjoying it. And it could be my go-to game. I'm not sure yet, because that's my Mythgard campaign, my nostalgia stuff, my second campaign. So I'm doing that. And that's about it. The other one would be Traveler, which is my choice for a science fiction game, which I'm almost 99% sure that's my game of choice for sci-fi. But I've never sci-fi gamed, so it's a little bit tricky with me. But that would probably be my number 3. And that's it. Everything else is just, oh, let's do a one-shot of Alien to change things up, right? You know, we're not going to play this forever. Just play it a few sets. We're done. Move on, okay? Deadlands, hey, let's pull out the Savage Worlds and play some Haunted Mansion. Whatever. That's okay. That doesn't bother me. Just every once in a while, you could play these games, right? That's why you have them. So, yeah. Axe, same thing. I think Axe, if I ever got into the 2nd edition, would be one of those, oh, let's try it, change it up a bit. And who knows? That might suddenly be like, holy shit, this is the game for me. This is better than Castles and Crusades. I'm glad we tried it. That could happen. But I'm not going to focus on that at all right now. The hell with it. So I'm very focused on these 2 little campaigns I'm running, and possibly a 3rd with sci-fi. That's the most I think my brain can handle. Not bad. Again, I won't do this all at once. You gotta focus on one, play that for a bit, and that's it. Yeah, I think that's me. I'm probably only going to be playing once or twice a month. Yeah, and that'll make me happy. Before I check out, right? I'll be all set. Traveler is indeed timeless. And I've only played it like 3 times. Well, twice, not even 3. And it's just so good. Something about that 2D6 system, man. Take care, Percy. Play and enjoy for sure. Yeah, let's not take this hobby too serious. We're just making believe, that's all. Now, board gaming, that's a different story. Time to get serious. Hyperborea is awesome. That's something I'm going to put on my let's try this out. Play a few one-shots. I think that'll be a favorite for me. But long-term campaign, I doubt it. But I just love sword and sorcery. And it's all about having itches and you got to scratch them, right? That's really what it's all about. Because I love sword and sorcery. I love that more than token-esque stuff. My Mythgard isn't sword and sorcery. Warhammer isn't sword and sorcery. Traveler isn't sword and sorcery. So if I wanted to play sword and sorcery, I don't have anything. But as a one-shot, scratch that itch, Hyperborea. Do it, Iron Man. That would be fantastic. It's a great game. Very much like 1E. And no, RPGs aren't for everybody that's a war gamer. I know that for a fact. At least role-playing in this context. Oh, ACTS. It's an acronym. Venturer, Conqueror, King System. ACTS. You'd probably like ACTS, actually. If you're a fan of BECME, ACTS is like the next level above BECME. Like if BECME had a new edition, I kind of see it that way. If BECME ever had a new edition, ACTS would be it. It like builds on the BECME system in an ingenious way. The way it handles class, race as class, like basic D&D does, ACTS does superbly. Instead of having them separate, it has all kinds of classes that are very much tailored to specific races. Like there's different kind of classes for... There's multiple classes for each race, but they're all tailored to fit that race or campaign setting. And here's the kicker. Here's what really makes it special. It gives you the rules to make your own classes. Whatever you want that fits your campaign. But it's still a races class system, like basic. And it's got the rules for domains and big battles, everything that BECME did. It's all in there in glorious detail. Like if you want to have a campaign where people are trading and being merchants, it's got all the rules for that. Tightens up the math. I think the guy's a mathematician, so he's really worked on the math to make things make sense. So yeah. Interesting. You should do a Hyperborea episodic game. No campaign, but you can characters of any number of... Yeah, that would be fun. Oh, I'll definitely do that when I start recording sessions again. There's always a comedian. So yeah, that's the story, and I'm sticking with it. Another challenge for me, of course, is I do other things besides role-playing. I got my board games. I play them when I want. There's no campaign version of playing a board game. You just play it, and set it aside and pull out another one. Miniatures games, I think that's my #1 focus, really. I love miniature wargaming, man, and painting. That's going to preoccupy most of my time, honestly. Playing an RPG once or twice a month is no big deal. But miniatures games, I play them every day. At least I used to. Every day. Something set up on the table. I could roll dice at any time, play a couple turns, finish off a battle, whatever. I always did it that way, and I'm going to continue doing it that way. So there's going to be a lot of that going on. Just like it used to be, I hope. It's nice when you got a game room and a table set up where you can do that. Nothing wrong with Mystara or Cyclopedia, man. That stuff's good stuff. Be something I'd probably play a little bit here and there of. Not always as a GM either. I think that's important. I'm not going to always be GMing this stuff. Hell, gives you a chance to play more. Hoping Nordic will do a little Traveler, so I can play in it too. But I also want to run Traveler, that's the thing. Yeah, it'd be nice to play in that game. Just need the game room. Yeah. Yep, gotta have the game room. Got the game room, you got it made. Oh yeah, Nordic, really? 26 years. 25 years. Eternal GM. I don't mind it, actually. I enjoy being the game master. Maybe I am a control freak. I don't know. I tend to have that tendency, right? But I've always enjoyed being the game master. Or the dungeon master, as it was. I've always enjoyed that. $2300, the original, the current 2300 AD by Mongoose, I'm not a big fan of. It seemed, I don't want to go into it. But I always kind of liked that because it was well defined and it was more of a hard sci-fi setting, not too distant and weird. But reading more about the Third Imperium and what they did with that, and it feels like it's Dune or something, you know. I actually like that a lot. I probably like it more. I definitely want to try Traveler, pure Traveler, Third Imperium stuff, and see what I could do with that and what you could provide and what we could experience together. What kind of science fiction stories we could tell. Because I'm still new to that. I think that would be so freaking fun. Yeah, I saw that. I think I got that in the old PDF collection. That's a lot of reading. Whew, there's so much stuff in there. That's the thing with role-playing games. Another reason it's not for everybody is that it requires so much. It does. It requires a lot of commitment, especially if you're going to run the damn game. Not just rules, but what about your setting? That's a lot of effort you got to put into these games. And to do 2 or 3 campaigns relatively close together, that's a big ask. It's draining. You guys that play all the time, you got it so freaking easy. So easy. I really appreciate games that really minimize your preparation to learn the game. I think some companies are good at it. Like, I think the guys that do Warhammer, I think they did a fairly good job at teaching the game with their starter set. 0 prep. You're literally, instead of reading a rule book, you're reading a story. And the story teaches you the rules. And you're doing this with your players. So you literally have 0 prep coming into this. It'll be a little slow, of course, because you're all just learning, but you're telling a story at the same time. I think that's brilliant, but it's very difficult to pull off. I really appreciate that kind of stuff. And something else I really appreciate that I've discovered about Castles and Crusades is how simple this crunchy game really is. Not that it's crunchy, it can be. But at its core and at its base, it is so freaking simple. Like D&D Basic, really. So easy to prep and so easy to sit down and teach and play the game as you go. Really impressed by that. That's huge for me. Remember, I'm coming off of Pathfinder 2e, which was very crunchy. A lot to teach and a lot to learn. And a slow process of mastering. So I really appreciate something like Castles and Crusades, or a lot of OSR type games that I've explored. It's wonderful. Big Small Worlds has slid into the chat there, I see. Turning off lurker mode. Lived and breathed traveler, 82 to 84. Boy, those are the core days of existence for traveler. There you go. Fritz, do you have a good robot voice? Not really. I'm not going to try it here. It involves bouncing my hand off my throat, but I'm not going to do that. There's little apps you can put into your OBS and stuff where it'll mutate your voice. So it can definitely be done. I could do that if I wanted to take the time to do that. My one friend does that. What are you doing, Chloe? I could just see in the camera there. You're just small. Hanging out there on my lap is a cat. A cat named Chloe. She likes to come up and get warm. Yeah. Hanging out with the human. I don't have any pictures of you, Chloe. She's a video star. Need a good alien voice or two. Yeah. I'll have to work on that. Once I start doing the Traveler games. Depends on what those aliens are, though. Gotta do the proper voice. You see Chloe Zadarak? She's here. She's small. She's just in the head face screen. Letting that nice warm air hit her belly. There's a heater underneath. I tried arguing with my solo opponent a few times, but it only led to fisticuffs. And that was a tough evening. There you go. There you go. Chloe and my cat look the same. Yeah, she's a gray tiger. Just a basic little kitty. Little short hair. She's a rescue. She's got the chip out of the ear. Must have been feral. I got her when she was like weeks old. Rescued from certain oblivion. And she's become a big cat now. I'm surrounded by cats. My cat is in the laundry bag, full of laundry. She loves it. Chloe can voice the Aslan aliens, and Fritz can cover the rest. Yeah. You did the best you could. Don't beat yourself up. Responding to Maelstrom having his battle with his solo opponent. Yes. She's my little girl. Cats do enjoy the laundry. Well, so much for the clean clothes. They're all covered in cat hair. So how much of that detail, big, small, Nordic, how much of that detail, because I remember those days, and it's still detailed too, especially some of the recent releases for building planets and stuff. I forget what the heck it was called. All kinds of crazy math and stuff. What's going on here? How useful is that information to have? Or is it just there because we're nerds? Traveler players are science nerds. It's for the science nerds who likes to get into this stuff. You know, the weirdos that were A-plus students in science class in high school or something. You know, that's what they love. You know, they're into that stuff. Is that just them? Or is this stuff really useful in a role-playing game? I guess it's nice to have the information if you ever want to dig in, but still, I mean, is that really useful? I mean, can't you just do this a little simpler? Did you ever have L in your chat? What does that mean? It wasn't really. Not really useful. Star Wars D6 in the 90s was way easier. You could just make it all up and it didn't need a calculator. Depends on what you want to do with the planet. Yeah, I guess that's important consideration. Why is it not coming to me? DM me. DM me, Iron Man. The answer is probably no. I don't know. I don't think I've had trouble in the chat. At least not in here. But I don't know who it is. So I'd probably say no, because it's not coming to me. I've had a lot of people do drive-bys. You never see them again. The vibe is too good here. What can I say? You're not talking about Shanner. You're talking about somebody else that hung around Shanner. Because I know Shanner passed away, of course. No, I don't think he did. Yeah, Shanner's another one that passed away in the past year. That's 4 people I know. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's been a brutal year. All right, Nordic, I gotta take the trash out too. Either that or I'll be taking it out in the morning. Which is probably more likely. 3 a.m. Oh, the algorithm brought you. I get a lot of people coming in every now and then. The old algorithms kick into gear. Imagine that. Sometimes it works out. Well, welcome to have you, Big Small. I do these chats like every day. Around the same bat time. Sometimes I have guests. Most of the time it's just me blabbering away, painting miniatures for 3 or 4 or 5 hours. Seem to get along pretty good though. And I seem to get a lot done. By the way, Nordic, you're going to have to go back. I did part 2 of the flags today. He just left, so I won't pull him out and show him again. He's gone. Take care, Nordic. We'll see you again soon, probably tomorrow. It's a good place to be. Just doing the linger phase right now because I am getting exhausted. I got up way early today. Went back to bed, and that was a mistake. Somehow managed to get things done. Right, Squirrel? You know, it's great when you got a nice group of people to play role-playing games with. Like you have 4 or 5 people there. You all get along, you mesh, you vibe. It's great. It's fantastic. You're all friends. You know, you're friends at that stage. You know each other. You're playing regular. What's great about it, what's ideal, I should say, about it, is that hopefully one of these other players can actually GM for you. Everybody can take turns GMing, and it doesn't always have to be the same game. That gives you a chance to really try different things, you know, and break it up and give people a rest. It keeps the longevity of the group going. That's great. That's an ideal. I've got like the best players for my Sunday sessions ever. But sadly, since we kind of ended our campaign of Pathfinder 2, we've all kind of floated off a little bit, you know, doing other things separate, with a few exceptions. And sadly, the players that are still lingering aren't GM material. They're not interested in really running it for whatever reason. One just doesn't have the time. The other one doesn't have time nor interest to GM, especially other games. And the others are too new at this stage. So, oh well, that kind of sucks. I was so close to perfection. Not that everybody's gone, but you know, focuses change. But we'll see what happens when we start focusing on a second campaign of something. Get a couple new players in there, new faces, which I always like to do. But hopefully I can reach that ideal. I was painting earlier, trying to populate a world. Keeps me busy. That's one way to look at it. 40 years painting, but an amateur again, as I'm still learning how to use acrylics after shifting from enamels 5 years ago. Wow. 5 years ago? You were using enamels? Still? Wow. I guess once you get good at it, I can see why you'd stick with it. Plus it's old school, right? Yeah, old school. There's a good vibe to that. Got my 14-year-old son and 3 of his friends playing 1980s edition Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. Sounds like first edition there. And their parents think it is great that they are not on phones, tablets, computers, consoles. Yeah, that is beautiful. That's great. I know a few people that's their game group. Their family. Their kids' friends. That's awesome. There's no better players for your game than your family. Who is L? You guys know you. Has L ever been in my chats before? Passed away a few months back. Evidently it's someone I didn't know, because nothing is coming to me. Another loss, I guess. Yeah, I don't remember him. So that's someone else that's passed away then. That's a lot of people. I don't think I've seen it where so many people have passed away within a year. In our, I guess you'd say, community. In our sphere. Maybe that's a better word. Hard around the edges. Yeah. I liked Shonner. I didn't mind him at all. Didn't care for his gaming ideas, but I watched him. I didn't mind. I guess he did a video on my game session I had, and he was very critical. I never watched it, though. I never took the time to watch that. I don't care for criticisms from other people. I say what you want. I don't care. This is what I do. But I know Kyle got pretty upset. He just texted me 2 minutes ago. Oh, that guy you mentioned. Oh, that's good news. Gripes. I didn't really know him. I was in a chat with him once, maybe twice. He said some good things about me. As far as I know, I prefer to keep it that way. Bob. Yeah, that's why I know who you're talking about. You mentioned him earlier in the chat. When you first got in here, you were concerned about not hearing from him. So yeah, it's not the same guy as L. To me, Shonner was like an example of, and in a way, I think, well, I'm only going to say Shonner is an example of taking this whole hobby too serious. I could mention others, but I'm not gonna. And that's a big turnout for me. I just don't care for that. When you start arguing and telling people how to play their freaking games, you're taking it too serious. Because that's not what it's about. These are freaking games. They're games. When the apocalypse hits, I'm not going to be sitting around rolling dice. They're just freaking games. I agree, James. We want to keep the mystique. None of this behind the curtain stuff. It just ruins it. You're too analytical and that's true. I guess that's another way to look at being serious. Adjective. Well, it's this hobby. The hobby is for everyone. But not everyone's going to be at your table. But all these people, different types of players you're going to encounter in life, you're going to see all kinds of takes on the game. And not everybody's going to get along at all. Let's take some examples. Want to have some fun? Let's take some examples. Iron Man. Here's a guy I've played role-playing games with maybe twice. Maybe through chat a few more times. Iron Man. I've had a lot of chats and discussions with Iron Man, both in voice and in text. We've talked outside of games, and we've only played a handful of times together, thanks to Squirrel Hermit. And I can tell you, his style of game, from discussions and playing with them, is not my style of play. We've talked about his style of play, me and him, and it's different than mine. And I understand that. We're different styles of play that wouldn't necessarily even get along in a long-term campaign, maybe. But we're two different people, too. So it's going to happen. Squirrel Hermit, he's another example. His style, and I think I've got a grasp of his style, is a little bit different than mine. Not like my style at all, actually. But, actually, I haven't actually GM'd with him. He's GM'd for me. I don't think he's been a player in my games. Have you, Squirrel? But he's totally different. Now, that said, I could play games with Iron Man. I could play games with Squirrel, and we'd have a great time, and there'd be no hiccups or hang-ups or anything else after the game either. It would be great. Great stuff. Long term? I don't know. I think me and Iron Man might come to fists. You never know. He has a different style than me. I guess we all got our own style, but we're all different. Just not everybody's going to mesh 100%. That's why when you find people like that, you really got to hold on to them, man. It's awesome. But who knows? I played Castles and Crusades with a good friend of mine who was the GM. And his style, again, was totally different than... What, am I weird? I don't know. Totally different than mine. And I just could not... I couldn't play in the game. I couldn't do it. It was too lackadaisy and, you know... If you're not going to play by the rule book, at least a little bit, then what the hell are we using rule books for anyway? I spent money on this. I want to roll a D20, not a D6. Where'd that come from? What kind of house rule is this now? It just gets crazy. But it's okay. I don't take it serious. Stick with the fishing vests. But my point is that we're all different. I'm more of a first-person role player. I don't think Iron Man is, not really. But he's great to play with, and he's funny. So, yeah, it's sometimes being different is good, right? I bet you Zadarok's a good GM. Did Zadarok ever GM a game? I'm going to say no. I could be wrong. Keep in mind, folks, the two sessions were both spur of the momentage. That's right. That's right. Yes, Squirrel. I hope I did defend your GMing skills. Well, I was not intending to at all. I'm just saying your style is different, your GMing style. Just because it is, I know it is. I'm trying to think what makes your style so different though than mine. So maybe I'm wrong. Honestly, I don't even know what my style really is. I think I tend to stick more to the rules than maybe you would. Because I do remember in your games, you're very loose with the rules, more than I am. And I'm loose with the rules. But again, like you said, we're just winging it and making stuff up as we go. So maybe that's not fair. But that's the impression I had. But there's nothing wrong with that. Just that it was different than what I usually do. But again, I don't really know. But Big and Small Worlds adds... Weirdly, the most involving and long-lasting roleplay I ran didn't have rules for much of it. Just the GM assigning chances based on events and choices. That sounds pretty normal. I am a forever player. Zadarok has never GM'd. Gonna have to work on that, Squirrel. Heavens, no worries, no offense taken. Yeah. I'm starting to babble. I don't want to offend people. I'm not trying to offend you, Squirrel or Iron Man. Hope Iron Man isn't mad at me now. He's probably mad. He'll never talk to me again. I gotta stop using you guys as examples. Take Clyde, for example. No, don't do that. Don't do that. I'm a lazy DM, says Bill. Always using modules. Modules are fun. That's what they're for. They're for the lazy, those lazy sessions. You're supposed to find some obscure rule system and claim it as your own to DM or GM, says Jetta to Zedibrak. Oops, press to send when unfinished. Okay, there's a part 2 coming. Everybody stand back. I am a bad example, period, says Clyde. Arn is probably giggling. Oh, yeah, he's giggling. He's having a good old time over there. He went into lurker mode. He knows what he's doing. He's going to have me worried all night. While he sits there and giggles. Rules and stats when intruding into dreams. But half the game was set in the real world, not dreaming. And we had no rule system for that. Imagine that. I have a very old school DM approach. You do, exactly. You do. I do know you. We've had some conversations regarding AD&D First Edition. The players can discuss and plan. Then when the game is live, we first-person roleplay and all that goodness. The game can go offline at any time. It is organic. Oh, the word I love so much. It's so good I could eat it. Organic. Yeah, I gotcha. I think that's the great thing about role-playing games, is that you're really, truly not bound by any rules. And you don't need rules to do this. It's freaking storytelling. The rules make it into a game. But you don't need them, and everybody does their own thing anyway. That's what makes role-playing role-playing. You do things your way, right? That's different from probably any other game out there. Wargaming, board games, for sure. You know, it's not a linear form of game like board games tend to be. Everyone knows when we are live or doing planning. Some people approach role-playing like it was a war game, sadly. You gotta play by the rules. The rules give you context. The rules give you, they give you your, what's the term? The science term. Physics. They give you the physics to your world. That's really what they do. And you could easily break those or shape them or build on them or expand. And it's still the physics of your world. How things work. If you're going to play super loose, at least be consistent. Yes, consistency. The rules are a good guide, and it's good to know them. You discuss the setting, explain where and what. Suddenly someone starts talking in game voice, and we all usually comply with live play. I almost always go into that first person blabbery. I like to do that. Do you, Iron Man? I get the sense you're not really a first-person chatter. I think you told me that, actually. You're more like the old school third person describing what you're doing. And that's cool. Not that it matters. I'm running a wargame campaign, which the players control PCs who happen to be princes and generals. It is every hobby I have ever done rolled into one huge projecto. Got Clyde having a conversation here with Zadarok. I fought promotions all my life. I like being at the bottom. There you go. Enough said. Clyde has spoken. Lunch collect. I do it in voice when running NPCs as DM. It's not always the case because often I will explain a conversation between two NPCs, not act it out. Yeah, I do it out of laziness. I get tired of doing voices. I just don't want to do it. I mean, let's move on. I don't want to role play every damn wench that comes into the tavern. "30 years ago," says Bill. Hold on, Bill. Where'd your chat go? 30 years ago, I actively played MechWarrior RPG, which we combined with Battletech for combat scenarios. Yeah, you could do that. MechWarrior. That was great stuff. That was back when I was getting into Battletech. Well, there's Zadarok having their little conversation there. I can't follow two conversations here, Zadarok. Calm down. Those were the good years for MechWarrior. Computer games and the Twilight of the Clan stuff. Introduced a lot of new players. Oh God, here we go with Battletech. Offered a bribe of sugar cube. That sounds fun. I'm having fun. Period. I'll leave it at that. I was going to say something, but no, changed my mind. Cancel my 6-liter bottle of wench oil. That's creative. I let the players play in whatever way they feel comfortable. Yeah, I do too. I don't really care. I have fun with voices. I don't always do it. I think that's normal. When you can do voices, otherwise it's stupid. It's like talking about making love and eating a well-made meal or dancing. I just want to do. I just want to do. Yeah, there's a lot of poets today. Poetry, poetry. What's this over here? What is going on here? I guess there wasn't nothing there. False alarm. Get a lot of false alarms on Discord. Tells me I got messages. There's nothing there. Just want to dance with somebody, as William Wordsworth said. 10:30 here. Where are you at where it's 10:30? Where are you, Big Small, before you go, if you're still there? 10:30. It's got to be over in the UK, I'm guessing. 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it's the UK. I think Big Small's over in the UK. To check out his channel, everybody. Big Small. I'll have to check it out. Yeah. Appreciate it, Big Small. Come on back when you get the chance. I'll be here again tomorrow, same bad time. I should be. If not, watch your feed. I can be unpredictable at times. Some of the folks will know in the chat. I've had enough of voices in my head. I don't need to create more, says Bill. Yes, Bill, we all know. Yorkshire. Oh, no kidding. My good friend Ian lived in Yorkshire. Huh. How do you like that? Mr. Ian Long. Well, it's a pleasure, Big Small. Hope to see you again soon. There you go, folks. Awesome. I assume Big Small Worlds has a channel. We'll have to check that out. Yorkshire? Well, when Ian told me where he lived, he corrected the way you pronounce it. And I always pronounced it that way. Yorkshire. Yorkshire. I think I was saying Yorkshire. Oh, you're from Yorkshire. Okay. You made fun of me. It was Yorkshire. Sir Fritz and his ever loyal manservant, Swarma. Now with boots. You should check out the Yorkshire Wargamer podcast. Yes, I know, Bill. You're always talking about that podcast. I know the guy well. I know all about his podcast. I kind of do my own podcast every day. I don't have time to listen to other people's podcasts usually. But yeah, folks, if you don't know Yorkshire Gamer, check out his YouTube channel. He does do probably some of the best stuff I've seen on wargaming. Honestly. His Facebook posts are pretty awesome, too. Autistic player in our group. It's really fun. Reminds me to just relax and let what happens happen. Yes, manservant. Draw your sword and protect me at once. Forward, Swarma! Swarma, protect! Right? That's the character. You can have some coins afterwards. See, that's what I like to do. That's funny. Monty Python. I love his Italian Renaissance games. Yeah. You would You would, Mr. Landsknecht. Dog walk time, 1 hour late, and she is pissed about it. Same here. I've got to do that for Cooper. Pretty sudden. He's sleeping pretty harshly, though. I'm going to have to wake him up. Yes, I'm going to call it here because it's 4 hours and 46 minutes. Bill, thanks for joining me and keeping things alive. Squirrel Hermit, Zadarok, as always. I hope you guys have an awesome, amazing dinner. You probably already did. I don't know. It's only 5:30. It's only 4:30 where you're at, right? Yeah. You still got time. You're going to hit that crock pot tonight. Ooh, boy. Clyde dashing with his fedora once again. Could be worse. Your place could be pissed by dog. Ooh, getting a little profane tonight, Clyde. Look out. Everybody stand back. Off then, Swarma, walk the pooch. Yes, Italian Wars is a special setting. 3:30 here. Yet out there in Arizona, you got the 3 hours going on. Is it really? No, it's only 2 hours. 2 hour difference. You're on the old mountain time. Right on the border. Little potty mouth. Gotta watch the potty. Paperclip Village. Out of my turn. Alright, you guys. Let's call it here. I'm done. I'm finished. I'm going to eat like a horse when I get out of here. Walk the dog. Rest. I am exhausted. We're going to be back again tomorrow. I appreciate all you guys popping in and bringing a smile to my face. And probably some others as well. It was good stuff. And again, I hope I didn't offend you, Iron Man. Squirrel. Jeez, I got to stop that. No more examples. I got to stop pulling people into my examples. Usually ends badly for me. Right, Zadarok? You know. No. All right, Clyde, everybody. Thanks once again. I'll see y'all again tomorrow. Till next time. Later, folks. Robust blessings to all, says the squirrel. And everybody else that joined it that I failed to mention. Thanks, I appreciate it. We're going to be back again tomorrow, so folks, remember, hang in there, and you know why. It's only going to get better, and that's the truth. We'll see you again soon. You take care, everybody.